Previously on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Luigi, look!
Assassin. The assassin. Wow, I just fucking got that. Holy shit. Really, Van Zeeks? Wait. Oh my god. Wait. Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? Well, I mean, not for all to see, you know. It's a closed courtroom, you know. It's confidential. You can show your sword to a homie, I won't mind. I'm sorry, that was... There's no hammer emoji, so I'm just saying hammer. Yeah? Where's the tip? I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering. Careering? Isn't it careening? I'm gonna say careening. The question really ought to be, who are you? Do not recognize world-traveling great sailor chicken straw. Ah, fuck you. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikatoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. There is no goddamn heterosexual explanation for that line. Excuse me? Dilphin Where's the lie, though? Where's the lie? Those words are in the Bible. They're in my Bible. Perry, that's a copy of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. What took this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me. But no, you're quite right. More Busmus overlooking the fire! So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Oh, hell yeah.
Ready, and bum, 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 tap, tap, tap. Okay.
And now, our feature presentation. All right. We're live with the Great Ace Attorney Resolve. Oh, God. I choked on my spit a little bit because of my own funny edits. What was that gif? I have no clue. I looked up Ace Attorney dance gif, and that was like the third result. And I was like, you know what? Better than taking the top result, like a damn casual. But we're here. We're playing the game. I kind of wish more people saw the edit thing, because I put a lot of work into it, but it's okay. The VODs are there for people. There was a lot of, like, little bits in there. Luigi, look! Alright, but yeah. We're here, and today, I don't know if we're gonna finish the trial, because we know how last cases get. We're gonna get as far as we can. Let's do this. I should probably get more to drink, but I will wait until I am done with this water bottle, because that was already a longer startup than I normally do. Alright, the Old Bailey. Oh, we're just in it. Okay, we didn't even go back out to the... Right. Strong heart with the horse. Oh, I didn't read that. Oh, shit. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. Also, I forgot to send out the, in another server I'm in. So let me do that real quick before we continue on too far. That was my bad. Alright. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Don't you lecture me with your $30 villain theme. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. That's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. He has a... I hate to say it, but he has kind of a point. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Oh, well, ain't that special. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? The last time I saw a man dressed in 90% white. As extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barrack Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. When the halodoggle. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Chigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is gonna test it to the limit. Hey, buddy. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. I can't believe the throwaway joke voice you used ended up being an important character. I did not know either, yeah. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. Well, sit down, boys. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. By the way, I hope the audio is doing all right. As well as presiding over Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister on Foreign Affairs. Fun fact, there are 3 beta versions of this song just because the composer was so in town getting it right. Damn! I feel like he did a pretty good job. Or they. I don't know. I'm, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invite him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I also hear he played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. It's weird seeing him do the hand on the hip pose without, like, having the sword in front of him. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself! What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. You need to get the ratio of Naruhodo, Asogi, and the grand conclusion right. Ah, fair enough. I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. My decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Also, I should have known he'd be a suspect. He's the only judge who isn't bald. And just then, Ladoggle makes a message about, hey, how do you feel about unbalded judge? Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police officer has been killed for... I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? Mm-hmm. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. We are really just beating we're just beating the player over the head with the resolve subtitle right now. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Saishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Frick! I should have checked the evidence before I started today because I don't remember everything we have. But let's see. Maybe it's something newer. What is this? What is this anyway? I don't think we ever analyzed. Yeah, we didn't analyze it because we couldn't analyze things as Sholmes. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of the pocket watch that you use to twist to set the time, isn't? It's called the crown, I believe. It would be quite... Wait, hold on. Oh, I can't get the thing. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. I don't think this has anything to do with what we're currently, like, up and about, but, you know. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see it, the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that, too. Oh, a perfect fit. I knew it. All right, perhaps you knew it. I'll make note of this new information at once. It's now clear that this is the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch. But for some reason, Jigoku had it. Anyway, I feel like I know what I need to do here. I saw it when I was doing the thing.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Hold it! You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. Oh shit! What? How on earth did you... What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Assassin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku? What's all this about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Huh? The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Saishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you! Duh! You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt! There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court! There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has the information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was the condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant that the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange between arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, yes. Not something I could discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. But, pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Kazuma-sama? Judge Dagoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. In Great Britain? I'm not obliged to divulge that information. It's Strongheart. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, the assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of the case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick Van Zeeks! The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Okay, Mr. Thesaurus, we get it. You're educated. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. It's true that Kazuma was assigned the assassination mission. The target was Inspector Gregson. There was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Leaving in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. Was it? Did I read this? Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. This drill will take 20 minutes. Yeah. You sure about that?
Objection.
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Dagoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Whoa! Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, which is surprisingly less crumpled when I hold it, like wow, I have some kind of magic hand here. After leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Dagoku, Herlock Sholmes in such a serious context still makes me lose just slightly. Internally dying, I get it. But like, I've learned to just sort of accept the character at this point. Like, silly name or no silly name, he's still just a fucking, he is such a Chad. I just... In summary, Judge Dagoku, you had an ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh!
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. You said your Gore-Tex last time. I don't quite like. Give me the crystals, Ryunosuke. Fucking Neo-Cortex? Why? Or is it, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it a ship name? Because Strongheart's name in Japanese was Vortex. I am my fingers on the timeout button. Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? This, I would say, because, like, it's part of the watch, and we know that now.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. Aw, shit. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. Pocket watch? And if you'll observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Ugh. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Tim, I was really banking on, like, another music cue coming in there, but oop. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Of course, when you start getting accused, then you start pulling out the murderer quip again, thanks. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. God damn it. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Harsh. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast. Duh. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Damn it, I thought you were a cool judge. Yeah, unbased. I revoke his based status. Now, the London judge... He's smarter than, you know, modern judge. I'll give him that. Yes, I do. We never got a name for the London judge, and that makes me sad. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Witness, a testimony. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with a Ipponsoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. As his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder, it has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. But are you sure? Ipponsoi. Soi. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious time on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Sir? In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with a Nippon sailway throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Now, hold it! But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then it's obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, it's true, but people die when they are killed, Mr. Naruhodo. Fuck you. All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed that idea then. Perhaps not, Miss Sasato. We've heard that first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true! So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Damn me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Yeah. I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. Allow me to mansplain to the court now. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. I'm very learned in the art of mansplaining. Now state your amended testimony. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to... Well, that is definitely where we object, but... How? Wait just a goddamn second. Why is his thing there? Shouldn't his suitcase be with the... At the time, shouldn't that have been with the rest of them, with the porter? Am I going fucking crazy? Hold on!
Objection.
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transport of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do! What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he answers that... Right. Fuck. We learned that when we... Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened there. My voice just went a whole, like, fucking octave deeper. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Bruh. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer at the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside! Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Greggs was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Fuck me, that's harrowing as shit. God, that makes that scene terrifying, honestly. Like, just imagine casually chatting with somebody while they have a fucking body in their suitcase. What the fuck? Order! Order in the court! I don't know why the other judge says it like order. I guess he just has a really thick accent from where he's from. I don't know. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could even fit in the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the appearance scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense! Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. This is so fucked. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found on is large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And ESS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku, however much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting a Sogen embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already. Just Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zeek, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. Quite simply, because that claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene at Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Where's that photograph? What? Damn, he kind of caked up. Shut up, Perry. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up right now. But yeah, he was like curled up in a ball. Like he would be if he was stuffed into a trunk.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Objection! I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could have easily have adopted a fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
Fuck injection. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though, the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival, before it was coldly turned down on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Oh shit. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. No. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. Yeah, get him, girl. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. Ugh. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what will it be? You can't be serious. You did it? Listen, sometimes I just keep blood in my trunk. That's not any of your business. I keep it for the local Japanese vampires. Those don't exist, Mr. Jigoku. You don't know that. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God! Outrageous! So it was you! You... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. You admit to Inspector Gregson's of killing the man I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. Outrageous, man who absolutely knows exactly what happened. Yeah, that's not in his vocabulary. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it! If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was only one other person in my cabinet that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh,
That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi! You motherfucker. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Saishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. I don't know if Strongheart did, especially since it seems more impossible by a second, but I'm not letting it go. Yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, like, he seems like more of a... He doesn't seem like involved in this, but he definitely ain't entirely innocent either. And I'm not talking about innocent in this case, I just mean innocent in general. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel's already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't! So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion on that night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. Yes, I remember when Jigoku was the cool judge. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Asogi is impossible. Not a moment's hesitation on that. Judge Jigoku! Let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? When him knocking out Many Memo was an awesome moment, not extremely telling. Yeah. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Asogi's movement? All crew members. If he was there, wouldn't he have evacuated too? Or maybe I'm stupid, that sounds wrong, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Shikoku! The moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ugh. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Oh. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing! Yeah, let's go! Ugh. Hold it! No, absolutely not! I don't accept that at all! What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting waiting for his chance to come back and finish the...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, I... There's no escape this time! You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Saishiro Chigoku?
It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Damn, it's rumbling. What the fuck? What the fuck? Levitation?
It's over. My life is over.
You make me sick. Saishiro Chigoku is way funnier than I can't believe you'd stoop to this. See the reason I think of the line from the Sonic OVA, I never thought you'd stoop that low. And I thought that was funny to me. Christoph Gavin, is that you?
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. My life is over.
Good.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. It was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi.
But things didn't go according to plan,
But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
That left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Ugh.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper!
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France, and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time.
Lied and wait, Sonic Underground. No, not right now, Perry. This is a serious moment. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move.
Broke my significant other, bespoke my British counterpart.
I'd received a British issue gun 16 years earlier, but being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student, I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room of Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take that body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps as the police would have been convinced where the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
Conceived of the candle trick there and then. I donned the simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his traveling case, so I put that on. But I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later,
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap?
except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ugh! Incredibly tall, massive weird beard, huge black suit, costume. He had red hair! Oh, hey, Wally. I'm doing okay. I'm in the last case of Great Ace Attorney right now, and it is a fucking banger game. I hope you've been well.
Didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
Damn.
Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
Shit, damn, boys. It really is another fucking day. Also, we just don't have a bench anymore because you broke it. Good job, buddy. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. His fish avenged him in death. Hell yeah. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us!
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of the court. This man before us is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Woof! Doing good when playing it in speedrunning Cruelty Squad. Looks like a shitpost, but it's so good. Damn, I'll have to look into that. Saishiro Jigoku is of the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. What Tokyo Ghoul is? It may remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Damn, is that it? Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of his body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about those mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barrack Kazuma, buddy, it's over. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
God damn it, Kazuma. I get what you're doing, but
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Barrack Van Zeek's committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seisuru Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. I'm not owned!
Kazuma, why is your pointer finger like corn? Are you turning into a corn cob?
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrack Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
what?
Shit. Fuck, boys. Order! Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard's already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he's the Reaper.
Perhaps. But circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes!
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
British people be like.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Oh, shit.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Oh, by the way, don't worry about the bench.
We have like the strongest super glue and the fastest repairman known to the entire world here in London, the center of the world. Hadn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this.
And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord.
Oh boy.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Now that's just a straight up lie.
Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony you just given by the accused to be untrue. So untrue, worsty. Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty?
From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out.
So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said.
That's foreboding!
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I'm just gonna say it.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Ding. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years. Now it's a favor regarding involvement. I know the reason I went to Fresno Street. There's no common thread between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Bullshit. John H. motherfucking Wilson did the autopsy on your brother. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Aha, I found it. Minor spelling mistake. I win.
Damn, he got me.
Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This is the autopsy report of the professor's final victim.
it's an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, the autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored that the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death?
That's outrageous!
And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order in court! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer and was sentenced to death.
But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. That's why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost! You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago! You must see it without evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation!
I apologize, goes back to saying Nippon. Yeah.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. With him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Saisoro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged there is a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. I've already deduced, okay.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret!
While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are ya? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
It was definitely worse in the fan translation where they used actual. Yeah.
So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word, even if your life depends on it. That's right, even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy were fabricated, what happened? A lot. The Japanese judge was responsible for killing... Fuck, I already forgot the name of... Oh, yeah, no, Gregson. He was responsible for killing Gregson. We're talking about Gregson right now. How did that slip my mind? Japanese judge killed Gregson. We are now back on the professor case. If the results of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. Ironically, Van Zeke said less direct slurs than most people in that translation. He mostly said like Japanese boy. Fair enough. We basically solved the first case, and like we were about to like wrap things up, but then Cosmo was like, "No, I need to figure out this professor case," and I'm like, "Damn, shoddy, okay." And they could only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. It also didn't even make sense because that slurs more. Well, damn. I mean, I'm grateful that the fan translation was, you know, a thing back then for the people who wanted to play the game but couldn't, but also, do your fucking research, people. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize the exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it had to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in order to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick Van Zeeks. I am just standing here.
Objection!
Well, I'm standing here too. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for our trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. You, what? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yeah, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Going with my gut!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy reports is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. Other Judge Evil. Man, London Judge really was the only... Well, I can't say innocent. He's with the justice system. The only not entirely guilty judge. The original London one with the Santa beard. I can only assume this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. No more judge names! But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. Everyone that's a judge is... I mean, like I said before, the London one in the red robe didn't necessarily do anything wrong. The other two, though, yes, completely. To make judges moral, they strip their name away. God, what was the quote? What was the quote? What was the quote? What was the quote I was gonna say? To exchange something of equal value must be lost. It's been so long since I've watched Full Metal Alchemist. Fuck! The investigation to that point. A supplication of lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. He was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law that 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seisuro Chigoku. Every fool has its medal. Yes, of course. The Full Metal Alchemist. God, there's layers to that one. Lord Strongheart! Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
Well, what do you gotta say for yourself, bitch?
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. It is a formal accusal by the defense. I mean, yeah, you called he was evil. Yes, but we didn't. I don't think we ever explicitly, I don't think anyone explicitly ever stated Reaper of the Bailey, so I can give you half credit for that, yes. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. Defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieg's autopsy? That's utterly I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. I mean, after this trial seemed to be going by fast, I kind of figured that's where this was going. Fair enough, fair enough. And where is your evidence, lad? What? Damon Gant-looking guy is evil is a free space on bingo.
True, though.
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Do we have a spirit medium?
You mean to say, I forget how the system works in your little backwater country.
Oh yeah, he's guilty. He's bringing out the he's bringing out the racist shit.
But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Take off your badge! I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there?
There may be someone.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. There's no international government controversy. Take off your badge.
He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit about the truth about what happened all those years ago? I wonder if someone who could tell about... There was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieg's autopsy. Hey. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. There is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Also, Courtney just kind of felt underutilized. Yeah, but she was literally convicted last case? Or, I guess, the case before last case. But yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah.
You wouldn't accuse a funny lord on his birthday. That would be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me!
Kazuma,
Please! This trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth.
The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Mr. Wilson. Come on out, buddy. Heaven help us. Another. Okay. I know Van Zeeks has been tossing around Nipponese all game, but even I feel offended by this statement, and I'm not even Japanese. Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago. He came to London with Saisoro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And want to give me a bat? We can just take his cane and beat him over the head with that. And what could this testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. You dumb bitch. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy, from start to finish. The defense demands that Prosecutor Mikotoba be summoned as witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to his stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memories. You seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and mastermind the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for these claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony! The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. Can we please have the... Yeah, please. Like... Just put this guy on the witness stand so we can expose him. Expose him! And get Santa Claus back on deck. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Low blow, dude. Low blow. Now, as I stated earlier, this court's already reached a conclusion with respect for the matter at hand. Dr. Grace was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Saisoro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know it will happen! I'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks! By which you mean me. You said it, not me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it. Sholmesy! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur deduction, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once! Also, yes, these screams take a lot out of me. Thank you for the hydration point. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Saisoro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart. Thank God I have this soothing voice to do now. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You'd only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. Can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the pre-verifications of your superiors? Nay. Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. It has emerged from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings.
Then why are they here?
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yeah, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. Will that really do? Since dark things are carrying behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person present who can honestly say he doesn't sense it? What's...
Doesn't sense the same.
What? The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right, we need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is retained in custody.
Oh my god, his fucking... Oh my god, I just want to hug Kazuma.
My lord, you assumed those present and that you would uncover the whole truth. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Also, there was a chandelier up there the whole time. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Testify, yeah, bitch!
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
Go crazy.
The court will recess briefly. I can see the fucking venom in his eyes. He's gonna snap soon, and I can't wait for that. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of this witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane. I meant Strongheart was gonna go ape shit, but yeah, that too. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Imagine being running this game and doing the unlocalized version for a 6-digit code instead of 7. I trust you have Iris's lucky little charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. God, I can't. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom.
Because his name is Male Strongheart. I get it.
And confront whatever horrors try to drown me under.
To be fucking continued, I'm gonna go get another drink. But we may finish this tonight. Holy shit. I will be right back. Wait, I just realized I don't have any music set up for the BRB. Because I had it on the title screen before. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh shit! God damn it! Wait. Pause. We are not having a moment of silence for male fucking Strongheart. I will set it up again just for the hell of it. BRB. All right, we're back. Let me just adjust the volume back down. Let's fucking go. Now let's get the fuck into this. I also got not just water, but a little something special as well. It's alcohol. Let's not beat around the bush. It's a light one. But I feel like I'm gonna need it with how much bullshit Strongheart's about to throw at me. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mikatoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Why is she like this? And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is? Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summon.
I forgot the voice I did.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Well, seems I was in the empty chamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. I keep forgetting how many straight-up weapons are allowed in court, yeah. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings being pulled, I think. Ding! I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Shit. Mama's far more skilled than a Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. They did give Trucy a sword, yeah. And his autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through a document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would have never have happened. He was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. The
the impact would be very strong. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated.
I wasn't looking at the stream and thought he actually said that. Oh, I love when I do that.
You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh, you will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. Wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
I'm gonna need to take a shot early. I only have one. I only have like, how many ounces is this? He says it somewhere. Like one 11-ounce bottle. It's not even that much. But I have a feeling it's gonna be empty before the stream is even over with the pace Strongheart's going.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy reports having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
You can't just say that and not expect me to press about that. Great Ace Attorney, but every time Strongheart abuses his position, you take a shot. You know, this drinking game's easy case 4 and 5 come up. I am near death. Somebody help me.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikatopa, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
You can't just do the evil laugh. I know that we've already indicted you, but you can't play into it. I thought you were trying to protect yourself.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here has come from you. What? You claim the inspector just confessed before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? That was clearly at his wit's end. Also, okay, Damon can't get me.
Wait. Considering the timeline, isn't Damon Gantz a male Strongheart, Kenny?
The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. That's why we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Yeah, sure.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Gant British aside.
God. What kind of last name is Gant? Where's the origin of that name? I'm very curious. Gant name origin.
French and English. Okay.
I mean, it is confirmed that Strongheart doesn't have a child.
All 4 of the professor's previous victims, also good, died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
All right.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. You fucking tell him! Hell yeah!
As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
God, Susato is like, yeah. I love Maya, but maybe new best assistant. She doesn't take shit. She never got like falsely accused of anything. And she even was a defense attorney in a time where women weren't even allowed to do that kind of thing. Fucking girl boss. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. From my own observation, I couldn't say there was any... We know what we want to press first. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Hold up. I need to take the damn controller off the desk. It keeps... What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Remember when Knuckles and Sonic Boom ham-fisted feminism? What was that? Straight, Perry? Straight white male writing.
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring. It was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. Please, just... What the fuck are you saying? The fourth or ring finger. Okay, thank you. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. Would Genshin talk like... What kind of question is that? Some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessors were sent to our family home in Japan after his death. But the ring wasn't among them. Among? Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key at the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. Much yummy. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for presence of this ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Jikoku, Scooby, Mukatoba, Normal, Genshin, Shaggy. What did he mean by this? I mean, I get what you're saying with the Scooby thing, but like... Because the voice for him kind of has Scooby mannerisms in there. Though I kind of abandoned that when he was breaking down. They arrested the man then and there right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What? You can just do that? Damn, that is the most Resident Evil ass ring I've seen in an Ace Attorney game.
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. It's a nice ring, yes, but it looks Resident Evil as fuck. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikatoba. Should we read something into that? Damn, what the fuck? What? Nightbot, what the fuck? I thought I stopped you from doing spam. What the hell? Truly a no. Oh, right. Right. Just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
And at that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Your Honor, ratio. Also, your hair whack. Also, your style whack. Minor spelling mistake.
You can't. I don't know what this means, but I am pretty sure it's offensive. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Zeke's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Well, that's my cue.
These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring.
You get some fat stacks with this ring if you sold it, I think.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! And my finger's bleeding.
These claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring?
You couldn't swallow it without doing some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. So we just examined it to say, oh, the bit's sharp. Is there anything else on here that I'm missing? There's like a blood stain I'm missing, right? Right? Unless, I mean, maybe the fact that it is that sharp means that it couldn't have been found inside of him. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. But how could he if it cut?
Objection!
That last statement seemed a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? I see no inconsistency there. Do you? You could span the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Counsel. And be gone from this island forever, I hope. Jesus Christ. Do you want me to fill the English Channel with tears? Okay, so what else could it be? There were no other signs of internal injury. Would that be it then?
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed. Did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither... Wait, did it say Dr... No, okay. Just making sure. You can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? The ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it there during the procedure, pretending to have found it in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure the evil killer was brought to justice. But if he had really swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries will be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right! Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy. Shit damn, boys. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
Based. Ring the fucking government for all it's worth, girl. You go. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. As an earlier incident. What incident, huh? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Ryunosuke saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genji and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden, yep, we do know the story. Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. Now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? That's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
Kazuma, you pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Shit.
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In a closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Ziegs? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then. That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
That autopsy was all above board. There will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Damn, that was a big thud. Only one bigger would be... Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there's no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility they had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an intervention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have That point looks weird from that angle. I'm sorry. That point was made for being viewed from a like right 3/4 angle. Just looks wrong this way.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that the two people with the connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. Joseph Joestar, yeah. I think that perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-san must create one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. We can only show him there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
The reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric, or is it rhetoric? The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? My mind says... You know, aiding and abetting the escape from prison of the convict.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A
fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here a dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Asogi and the government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! Plus fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ugh! Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. Is Vigil, like, ready for that, though? Is he good now? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Shit! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Part profit. Yeah, it is part profit, but also part just logic and reasoning, because they are linked with the prison and the case, so it makes sense. But also, damn, Sholmes knows how to be prepared. Would the new witnesses state their name and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. I don't have the big lip right now. I can't really do the voice justice either. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here in court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost the professor? We already been through all this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward that happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could have never been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods, hold on there, laddie! Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, son! You'll have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, and the great responsibility to shoulder. Significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated, therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. I hate to say it, but that's the first fair thing that Strongheart said. My apologies, my lord. Like threatening witnesses, that's not gonna fly. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Let's go. Oh no. Uh-oh. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
God, my Scottish, my awful Scottish accent is still, like, out of practice. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I did not get there with some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
It's going into Russian again. What was it again? I gotta work the voice back up.
Oh, I come to make an announcement. Fucking, Lord Strongheart, a bitch-ass motherfucker. I did not get there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office, eh? All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't get that.
You're saying that you don't know?
Listen, there was a thing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. If the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office,
then one thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting the crimes he didn't commit. Bing.
damn, I knew that one. I could have done the Vine Boom again.
That counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely.
I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Let's go. I was responsible. I knew nothing of any plot. There's some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Empire.
Hold it!
Elaborate. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time, eh?
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the Joku to the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of that.
Buddy, please no, not again.
Excuse me.
I've done one big scream today, I can't do two. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all chicaneries of an escape? Yeah, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the prison walls. It's
suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between a Sogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
The Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Oh God, aye, go on then.
The venom, man, the venom. It seems to me the Japanese fellow denied nothing to bargain with. I'm going to die, I was literally a foot away from the finish. Damn. Where's that Asogi paper? There it is. The last will and testament.
Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing that stopped the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon!
Oh, However, the fella could not have had anything like that.
But you know he did, Governor. The Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Duh!
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, didn't you, you wee little rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? What the fuck did you just do, you little shit?
You can't touch me now!
Ah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
What, Jinx, what the blazes are you blithering about, eh? The wheel was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be. How am I not hitting this laddie in the back of his fucking skull right now? Like, look at the trajectory, it should absolutely be whacking him in the back of the skull.
But how could that be? Where is his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot there?
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you before, did I know, you lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency, yeah?
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. I hope it's not too obvious that I already drank the whole bottle.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend?
The last will and testament stored at Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon, something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, at the very least sorely I'm not.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time! the will was fake, where's the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by a judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself? Damn new angle. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. Clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just gonna gloss over these obvious reprehensible facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. When the fuck did John F. Kennedy get in here? It would seem that a vocal few are utterly blind to the truth. Also, how the fuck do I know who Kennedy is? I'm British. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Also, he doesn't exist. Wait, shit, you're right. It would be Con F. Kennedy in this game.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned to the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee Waffington?
Oh, I'm learning all sorts of Scottish words today. There's nothing you can do now other than hold you. I can take care of. Wait, hold on. Wait. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you, I can take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you going to crack a silly man? Or are you too scared? Ah! I know I said I wouldn't scream twice, but come on. Little and large, what a double act.
We compiled with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. We were much obliged. I confirmed that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it was my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely say that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Vigil's the only twink that I respect. Damn damn the only one, but also fair. Also fair.
Like, honestly, shoutouts to Great Ace Attorney for finally, like, giving us, like, witness characters that, like, I actually, like, really like. Because Vigil's just a good character.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Also, Olive Green. Olive Green was fucking great. Anyway, I gotta go use the bathroom, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna let this music play instead of my normal music. Yes, I agree. Vigil is just the good guy who got majorly fucked over. Also, I said I was going to the bathroom, but you had to pause and unpause, so that's fair, that's fair. Anyway, I'm back. As warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something without will in his cell. We turned the sail and set out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when the detective came telling me to unbound them, eh? The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cellar. Come on, now.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought up with him when he was locked up, eh? Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, my kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. That tracks. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. It could never hurt anybody with that thing, eh? Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikatobo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing equivalents to the prosecutor's office. A Sazuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, letters just look like
Is that right?
a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Also, is that his voice? Damn.
Excuse me.
I'm a little off the mark, but closer than usual. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! It's, it was Scarlet, sir! What? Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blur it out like that. Less swaying, more explaining would be helpful. Is there something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance, possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet! As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Is there anything that we can have to refute that? Well, that's Scarlet. Is that related? Because I know the Asogi paper is just the last will and testament. It doesn't say anything about how it was written or what it did. But that had Scarlet ink or some. No need for that anymore. We can just describe that password. I mean, we don't need to. Wouldn't it become bad?
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see. Harvard again, you no evidence to say that, eh? Have a look at this report, eh? That's my brother's autopsy report. Please stop bringing it out. Oh my god. Why must you bring this pain upon me? It's court, honey. And there's something in here that bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Is it scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips. Do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Wait just a fucking second. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was... Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed. It can only mean that. Yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Osogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? What's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Osogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Osogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks! Fucking mental? No. What?
Objection!
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean he had chosen to die!
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible! That's utterly out of the question!
Lord Van Zieks.
Clint was pursuing the professor, consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, till the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene!
And yet, we could be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Osogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't have been made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Duh! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom...
Shut up.
Well, that... of a phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Osogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. The reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo? However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. Defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... Oh my god, was it a confession? You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough! Council, what are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful for Lord Van Zieks. Did you forget everything he did? Okay, now's not the time. Now's not the time. Job now, angry later. I wonder, though. Did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrick Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zieks? The Professor made use of an erroneous... where the fuck did I pull that word from? An enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest or the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. It was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar. I was fucking wondering when that collar was gonna come back. It's been 3 cases, holy shit. I feel so vindicated. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. So happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. So did Sholmes know about the... We know Sholmes likes to hide secrets so that we don't fucking die. I mean, so that we don't fucking die inside, I guess. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Basker... Why is that name coming up?
The Hound of the Basket. Oh, it's all connected. It's all connected. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Is that why Sholmes didn't want Iris to publish the story way back in game 1? I'm going to... My brain is shitting. My brain is fucking shitting.
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the call you've described was Balmer's.
Family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeke's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zeke really was the professor?
Impossible! Those Japanese are making up to exonerate their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Oh boy.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Jesus Christ, every time I think we've reached the highest escalation, it just goes higher. I'm gonna go higher! The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with nauseous fumes, and crime growing daily to filled darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Ryunosuke, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be upset. Also, from this angle, Strongheart looks extra ganty. That's all I'm gonna say. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point! That's why none of you British can see it! He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits those atrocious crimes behind the scenes! Do you have evidence? Motherfucker, they always ask that. Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. With the full support of the judiciary for this. But it's a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. Our comically large dogs. I'm sorry, I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on a tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
So I turned down Asogi's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did?
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. Jesus. What the fuck? I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence! I ordered that detective to take care of it. I was keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff has made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was a Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man, eh? And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. Also, yeah, his cane was different before. So I guess whatever the fuck that horse thing is his gavel. This extra son of a bitch. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Ah, blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? God, fuck. Gregson, I like him as a character, but he's not a good person, oh my god. And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Oh, that smirk is very discomforting. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Oh, I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So for rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. Also, if he's telling this backstory to us directly, man, he's admitting hard. God damn. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth. And I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand?
So what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. We'll use how it's best for the country. Oh, let's not even get into that right now. Ugh. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. You know, Governor Caden's just standing here. He hasn't done shit for the past 20 minutes. Can we, like, dismiss him? I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. In the light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack Van Zeeks? Motherfucker. And the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Ah, could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago. He was invited to work to Japan. That's right, so I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. I have no words. What the fuck? Well, those are words. 3 of them. What the fuck? My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, and non-binaries, I may be evil, but I don't discriminate. Against gender, anyway. I hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in aid of keeping London safe. There's no one left who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I'd like to entreat all of those present. Oh, the music's hitting right now. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. In my defense, it was a pretty sick cover-up, right? I think I did a good job. Could this trial really end now? I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. I have 4 words, I'm gonna stab you. Fair enough. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. It was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit, that was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. You have any evidence to support that? And you know that's everything in here, come on, you know. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. Or much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Okay, but
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection.
Get their asses. I almost said Phoenix. Ryunosuke. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
well, it began with Lord Van Ziesen's recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where else is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who.
I wonder who talked more throughout this last 5 minutes.
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words, find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Wait.
Oh, it's 3 pages, huh? Is that what you're saying? It's 3 pages? Is that what you're saying, huh?
You dumb bitch! Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you're making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. Which is why I'm still only removing 1 strike. Damn, as much as we like to rag on the bar system, sometimes it's better. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? Motherfucking drag him! Damn, if I had a face cam, y'all would have just seen me fucking dab right now. I'm such a fucking failure. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yeah, you heard me. The 2-paged will. Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-paged last will and testament. Ugh. Could it be that originally
There is a third page. For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but to me, a trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden! Eh, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black Weramlex scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I remember correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we only required his own will. We wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable word about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection.
Dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. I should know. I'm an emotionless bitch hat. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. My father's message! It'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it said now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord! The defense calls for Genshin Tsusogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. Inevitably, maudlin words can be of no consequence.
Objection.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Man, I just channeled the judge there. You deserve to channel him. Governor Kaden, you will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Oh, only I should point out, my lord. Can I actually read Worm language? This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here. Are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Bloody hell. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lonely one. Just shoutouts for Mikotoba from going to just like cool DILF to like rad DILF. Like at the beginning of the game, we thought, oh yeah, he's cool, but he's probably not gonna be of any like importance. Little did I fucking know. Well, perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes! That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father, what is Karuma? Okay, time out, 5 seconds. We need to take off the sheath first, right? We've done this already, yeah. But where's the head? So no head? Do I have to wait until I'm prompted? Because I might have gotten ahead of myself there. The hilt? The hilt was God, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and maybe they'll tell me. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword, a razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay, maybe now it'll let me. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. The presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible as the will of the courtroom. Yeah. Hold on. One last time. There's gotta be, like, they said twist the head!
But nothing's glowing. But nothing's glowing that we haven't checked, I mean. So it's like... There we go. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. Himbo. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Sogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Look what's inside it! Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it! Isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo! Look, the signature! Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night! So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Oh, fuck. Oop. Just ahead and watch them fall. Them foes certainly had a way with words. They certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place too. Seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the duties of the Asogi clan could have actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sorts of duties? Well, I can believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like somebody with the weight of this clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. Oh, there was an achievement for that. Glad I accidentally pressed it again, then. Alright. Why can't I reread it? Why can't I reread it? Fuck you, fuck you. It's fine. However, despite all that, no information has come to light. Back to this bit. I got an achievement. Oh, yeah. Okay. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of mortality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly was devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother! Too much time has passed. We can never hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Ah! Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Get him! Get him! Oh, also, yeah, especially since, about that. I might have done things a little sooner than intended. But I was eager. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could have never achieved the reduction in crime this capital has seen.
Objection!
Oh, shit. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends and you had them killed. However you dress it up, there is nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Migatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? Begone thought. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. About that. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over, but can I? Present the fucking evidence! I was about to ask, has there ever been an instance in which wait and see has actually done good for us? But no, there definitely has been at least once. Wait, my lord! As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Oh, shit. Oh, we're about to get the pursuit. Oh, hell yeah. Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that escaped everyone else's attention. Also, oh, he called me a gentleman. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? Hey, Justice for All did that, I guess. I dare say. I know he's still a racist. My tone was very ironic. I know. I'm just fucking around, but he sure did call us a gentleman, huh? He's still better than he's better than most of them because he's something or other. I don't know. Meaning's kind of. The jury's still out. No, seriously. I know it's a closed trial, but man, I miss the jury mechanic. This final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Hey, so, remember when you said, where is it? Where is it? It's gotta be here somewhere. Nope, okay, wait. Wait, it's gotta be here somewhere, come on. I don't think it's here. Shit. Oh, wait, no, there it is! Especially since the alleged will they penned to this final moments appears to have been lost forever.
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Go ape shit. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery! Ooh, new face. Oh, that's satisfying. My brother's last will and testament. Where'd you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Isogi has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all these years. Look at the top of his head. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be... Do you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon! Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason! Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though those proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. Everybody is just smacking him while he's down, and I love this. God, This is always the best part. I love this part of the job.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it! The prosecution gives its full support! Very well then.
No, for God's sake! No!
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, and I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. Okay, I'll hydrate. Make me scream once. Alright, sure. Make me scream twice. Alright, you're pushing it. Make me scream 3 times. Fuck. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not discuss the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which to me is one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the shred of decency within me, the last shred, and shrunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Yeah, that line is, oh my, this game fucks. Holy shit. So we now know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. Also, this is the first time we can actively strike down the judge. Twice at that! Once for Japan, once for Britain. Goddamn! It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. Shout out to Juniper was the only judge that matters, yeah. It had to be done. Its unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots! The Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Also, I would love if in Ace Attorney 7 Junie was the judge. That would be great. But that's neither here nor there right now. We'll cross that bridge when it releases, because we know it's coming, thanks to that Capcom leak, which is still unfortunate that it happened, but we know Ace Attorney 7 is happening. We just don't know when it's coming out, or anything about it. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done by the furtherance of law and order in London. I will upload this VOD ASAP, don't worry.
Objection!
Am I going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! That smirk tells everything, honey. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Just Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. You're fucking kidding. Jigoku had fierce ambition, made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Oh my fucking god. Jeez. Saishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket, subsequently interred. Judges don't deserve rights, actually. Yeah! We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. I'm not voicing that scream. There was an unexpected visitor to his cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Can we see Enoch Drebber again? I miss him. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London. Actually, we're probably gonna see him in the credits roll. It's fine. But that grave on that particular night. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now if this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. And the truth got out because of this. Both of us will be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Oh, fuck, I have chills. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close to the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modelers present at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, a secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Oh my god. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier. Also, I don't think we can even call Jigoku an acquaintance at this point. He's just a man who is also Japanese like us. He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. he would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor and his death.
Objection! Whilst
Behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It's the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Saying the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here, who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genjin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth he tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? And it was all for Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again! I'm not putting all my effort into that one. just half. It's also late. Buddy, you good? Oh my god, it really is Gant. Oh my god! Oh my god! Well, dear me, my good fellows. Dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, the beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. God, that was such a good use of a reference. God, fuck. Now I really have chills. Oh my god. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld. How did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing. Which means... I can be in the cave for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. Also, his hair's getting all twisted now. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. A foolish fool who acts rather foolishly in the foolish depths of the law that he so desperately tries to foolishly pin me to. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses of our great capital. And deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy
by the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. This catalog of horrifying revelations would have become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London. What might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. Evidence was fabricated by a scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. I need water. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That's all that was expected of this trial. Although the small matters have been discussed, we eliminate from those minutes of the proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. Look what I've done with unregulated murder, blackmail, and conspiracies. Don't you want me to do more of it? And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. Things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, there is no other hand. Lock him up. Is it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime, right? And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Fire him and get a new Lord Chief? It's not that difficult, you fucking idiots! Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? Oh, I can't deal with this sober. Thank you for your rousing response, friends. I express my heartfelt gratitude. You seeing this shit, Sasato? Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. I don't respect shit about this man. With his Charlie Brown ass sleeves and that goddamn Damon Gant wannabe before Damon Gant hairdo. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. He really is a master of the art of manipulate, mansplain, male wife. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do! Ryunosuke. Well, looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one option left to me. Wait! We haven't used the rabbit yet. Not in this half of the trial, anyway. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court... Ooh! What's this song? Is hard evidence! Oh my god. Look, yo, you hearing this shit? But, Mr. Naruhodo! What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. Shit puts it on God, yeah? We expose all of Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth will unfurl.
So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center Ah! Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! All right, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What? What the fuck? What? It's Mr. Sholmes! No, wait, what? What, no, how, what? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. How, what is going on? What the fuck? How, what? Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. Oh my Graham, fuck off. What is the meaning of this? What is this sorcery? Bailiff, seize him! That man in irons. This is a closed court. The morn once already, man. What the? We can't get out of him, my lord. Oh God. Oh fuck. We just go right through. He's popping and looking at him. Look at him go. I'm just gonna let this play. This is the greatest fucking thing in the entire series. Holy shit. Herlock Sholmes is the best character in the Ace Attorney franchise. I am not debating this. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. You can't! He's a hologram! I hate that I know that reference. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as a telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of a speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sound transmitted. So could not images keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. All I know about when this track played, that was the very end. That was involved Sherlock presenting damning evidence. For some reason, I was imagining him jumping from the gallery and swinging around a chandelier. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to stay himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out or I swear to you. You ever just invent a hologram just to flex? Yeah! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. Oh, what? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. I cannot quit the book council. With Her Majesty. Oh my god, oh shit, oh fuck. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. Whoa! What? What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! For in court! And immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen, you can't! No! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective! That's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A close court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event.
I presume that Her Majesty will be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Wow. You showed her?
Indeed. Yeah, by dint of the Herlock Show's remote cinematograph. You... This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. Was this game actually on? I don't know. They could have left well enough alone before, but honestly, this is crackhead energy done right, and I adore it. You. I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely, I was doing a bit of trolling.
Oh, so sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. I bet you really want to see it, don't you, Lord Strongy?
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. Pulling a bit of a funny, if you would. This game basically ends up a natural version of telling Strongheart's mom on him. When you put it like that, yes, but God, this still rules. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. Darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your branded law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Yeah, kill him! Kill him! Oh my God, this rules! Oh, make it break. Make it fucking break. Do it. Oh, I was hoping it would crush him. Oh, wait! That's raw. That's raw. That's raw as fuck. That's raw as fuck. That is a raw visual. I can't do the full screen right now, but that's raw as fuck. Holy shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual shit? Thank you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I know I must do anything, everything in my power to contain the situation. I couldn't find the damned document. I searched this cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? I've done like 5 screams today. What the fuck? I need to chill. The need to obtain... I hope there's no more. The need to obtain that will was all consuming. But the breakdown... Yeah, Resolve was just like, oh, right. We kind of left the scale sort of even. And then they just raise it all the way back up to fucking Spirited Justice again. I was sure if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. Despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. I mean, you can't blame me because at first with Adventures, it really did seem like they were dialing things back a bit. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. I mean, there was the swan, of course, but you know. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none can understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Cry. Okay. I know that sounds venomous, but like I mean that in like an affectionate way. It's okay to let your emotions out, man. Clint. If a tear went down his cheek, I would have actually probably have gotten really damn emotional. Maelstrom Heart. You colluded with Saishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being a Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? You're clearly not yeah. Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Duh! However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Hey! My homeboy! How did he get here so fast? What the fuck? Then may I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that blighted justice in our lands these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo?
Yes, my lord?
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. If British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, is finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
He has the one thing Nayuta didn't, a fucking arc! When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Ryunosuke, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Hisato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me a true art of deduction, Mr. Scholes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is, a guiding light always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true.
I will look up the beta shit. I think it's on the Spotify albums.
The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. From there it grows until eventually makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. One last slap for the road, so that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well put, homeboy. Well, I must excuse myself now. Fuck. Well. Before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Just like that in a flash, I'm gone. Well then, it would appear this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrick Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare defendant, Barrick Van Zeeks, not guilty! Let's go! Eat shit, Strongheart! You know you should have never usurped my position. No. That is all. Court is adjourned! This trial is still wild to me. Imagine if an Ace Attorney game ended with cross-examining the president. Yeah. I mean, we did cross-examine a politician that one time, but that's a different thing. Yeah, what the fuck? Or, you know, exposing the truths of the justice system to the president. God, what the fuck? God, I'm gonna miss this game so much. That doesn't count, and also he was a whore. Yeah, true. Okay. He really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo?
I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. Also, I think this is a new track too, but I didn't want to bring too much attention to it, but now I am. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
He doesn't smile.
Has he smiled once in this game? I forget.
Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse.
No, they expended their budget too much.
Okay, we got Strongheart budget and Van Zeke's budget.
Wait, what do you mean you're putting it all towards what do you mean you're putting it all towards Strongheart budget? What are you doing? Wait, no, stop.
For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma?
Nope. Naruhodo, Sasato, we know the prosecution doesn't express happiness.
Like, honestly, okay. Gavin notwithstanding, I'm struggling to remember otherwise.
Miss Sasato, there's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Also, I guess Blackquill smirked every now and then. Lord Van Zeeks, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize.
Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Yeah.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that the document survives, the second I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill, Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? You, father?
it was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask you, something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding in there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. Wait. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. My goodness, Iris? Van Zeeks? I swore to the man that I would help. And I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. If something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. I forgot. That's fair. All right then, tell me the address. Am I there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? It's a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin.
It's cool, we all forget words sometimes.
I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. From the old house in the middle of nowhere was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
Oh yeah, the hair curls are on lock too. Oh god, now I'm gonna cry.
In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense! Why on earth wouldn't have Clint have entrusted a child to my care in that case?
Eric is a wine hand, also Clint Dilf. God damn it. Well, crying averted, but damn we came close.
I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter!
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confess everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of Professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However,
Only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
So, Sholmes is a DILF. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes? He has a heart of gold.
Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Oh my god. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ah! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It became apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice
would require such measures.
Runo, Susie!
Oh, Iris.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome.
Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word. I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
One final pinch goodbye, was it?
There's the smile.
Well, I think I have to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zieks!
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym, been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been free from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke, Naruhodo.
Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must! Oh my god, what a fucking game. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh no, my heart. Oh no, 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 no.
Okay, I'm not gonna make the same mistake. I'm not gonna make the same mistake of running off to the bathroom in the middle of the credits. So I will be right back one last time. I'm sorry.
Deal with the silence.
All right. Hope the silence wasn't too deafening. I'm home. Gina!
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right, I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You must really hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikatova. We love to see the two gay dads just having a good moment together. The world-famous great detective regaling his boyfriend with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. The feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say I haven't seen Sato looking so happy in a very long time.
Oh, Ryuno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to feel me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me compass clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
I thought you would have stayed because of, like, you know, Gregson and all that, but...
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh, okay. The exact reason, but for opposite... Yeah, okay.
Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket. You can't play this theme now. You can't play this now. And the crown has been reattached. It sounds so much sadder when he's gone. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me, there ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was, he was my boss. Mood rubbish. Yeah, Ginny, yes he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. All right then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him back kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey. No, I won't ruin the moment. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really. You owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? Oh, fuck. These games are gonna fucking kill me. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Fuck. I think Mikatoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there is always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Runo, please, not one last kick in the balls. Nope, one last kick in the balls. Fuck! Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I don't hear any sound from Sasato's room. Yes, Sasato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about important matters you need to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh,
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It was what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yeah, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Sasato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. To make matters worse, Sasato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Sasato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood, though, is why Sasato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Sholm sent it to me. That was before Sasato left Japan. I was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it carelessly and left it on my desk, which is where Sasato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It's the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't read in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth, huh?
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh.
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. But the family! Runo, the family! Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Oh man, I got chills again. My becoming of a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Sasato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside of me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The
path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Ah, very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been canceled now. Yeah, such a shame.
Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night.
Sasato, Sasato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So, you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yeah, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out, so... Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Sasato-san. Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yeah, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sasato-san. Thank you. Ow. I can't believe the day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. All right, Iris. You do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Kazuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Oh, would you look at that, Runo? Would you look at that?
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
All you had to do was ask, buddy.
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked.
God, he fucking knows his boyfriend.
But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if
No,
you
no,
have
honey,
me,
you're great.
I'd be delighted.
You've been fantastic.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Both of y'all stop dragging yourself. You're amazing.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Ryuno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
It's kind of gay, bro. I'm sorry. God.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await.
Has been throwing this joke for like a year now.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never
can't even say
forget
that's the
all
case
you've
I've
done
ever
for me
seen,
during
yeah.
my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures
How
in
long has
Great
it been since
Britain.
we started? Like September. It's been 2
A
months.
peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around
Maybe-
the world those
maybe
many
2.5.
months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Baby.
Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made.
God,
in
if I
London.
didn't care about spoiler thumbnails, I would
When we're
totally
together
put
again.
this shot as like the fucking thumbnail.
The
God!
first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
God, what a fucking
But Sholmes'
game!
face was alight with joy.
So we get the spin-off with Kazuma and Iris. Oh,
The
that'd be
times may
great.
change, but a steadfast friendship will
I mean, I'm
remain
personally
true,
fine with the
Vincent.
story just being here, but
We
like,
have but to gently close our eyes.
man, I'd love.
And we are
Ah!
our companions once more.
Ah! Stop punching me in the gut! I'm gonna keel over.
I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There's also like 3 hours worth of bonus content. I know. We'll talk about that in a minute. But oh my god. Fucking masterpiece. Investigation's gonna have to do some fucking backflips to beat this out. Oh my god. Can't wait to play those games someday.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematographs of that day. No purvey of electrical goods, or of the promised close-court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Also, I didn't want to say it and ruin the moment before, but I'm so glad I got most of Sholm's mannerisms down. I can't choose, they're both so good. God.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. He just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. Oh, and I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
God. Kitagawa be like, here's the best music you've heard in your fucking life.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is...
Ah, it's playing the title theme again.
As you two are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future.
God, I fucking adore this. If Investigations 1 has nothing on these games, then I think I will overall like these better.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now. A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see?
Because I think both parts of Great Ace Attorney have been phenomenal.
And it's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he... You know...
Let her be happy! Gina, I did not expect to love Gina as much as I did, by the way. God, she's amazing. No! No!
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fella you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. It reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for this foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say.
God damn it! Gregson. You know what? Fuck it. Morally gray at all. I don't give a shit. I love this man. I don't love this man, though.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Office of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! A big observed statement overruled! The minister has been detained in Britain anyway!
Who's this catch's counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My friends Usato signs in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job.
Hey, Hosonaga. Perhaps I should engage the services of a regular legal team. They kind of dropped Hosonaga hard.
Like, I have complaints with this game, but they are so minor, it barely warrants bringing up.
Huh? Hey. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they expert at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are.
selfish corpses on the whole.
I'm glad we can simp freely on Hosonaga. Hell yeah.
I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
They dropped him here and there, but I think the broad strokes of the plot and everything are just so fantastically done that I can't mind too much. But jeez, what the fuck? Oh, also, summation examination theme banger. Hey!
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. Now, but what have I done? I was so excited. I picked a splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrett, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish in the thin air sometimes.
I know everybody else here hates him, but can we see Shamspear? Please.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we spells would not do.
Courtney's the only jail. Shit. The reason Hosonaga kept coughing and bleeds because he has a grain allergy. Oh, okay. Damn. And here I thought it would be tuberculosis. Mitchell, my beloved. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know. You.
Everybody calls me Pepino, and I sell it as spaghetti. It's more red than my head.
Everyone's they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daly, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
God, I'm surprised how much I like Daly. Again, we'll go into details at a later date, but you know, damn. Just some strong fucking characters, even outside the main cast this time. Because usually, Ace Attorney only nails the main cast. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. Kazuma. The Stroganoffs? No, just not. Okay, that's fine too.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Damn. Alright, I'll give you that one. God, lovely. Okay, this might be the thumbnail. No, wait, no, the ship is still there. I was gonna say, but I'll crop out Kazuma. But no, the ship would still be there, so, I'll figure out a thumbnail. So yeah, what a fucking game. I did not expect Psychonauts 2 to be overtaken for me this year. Oh my god, Bradley Clarkson, I barely heard you as Jones, but God fucking bless you, you did a bang up job. Everybody did a pretty decent job, if I'm gonna be honest, but like, man, God, this game,
put unnecessary red circles and arrows. Maybe. God, just what is there to say? Like, it's just this. It's this absolutely like fucking near flawless machine with just made of just 2 parts, and like it just all works for me. Like, sure, there's some like little things here and there that maybe could have been done a little better, but overall it's just like, it's so brilliant, it's so charming, it's so like new compared to like what's come before it, and like I love that. Oh, there's the bastard, and Olive the beloved. Oh my god. Everything's so strong. Oh, there's Soseki again. He just does that. Yeah, it's honestly, if I can be real, I'm sure Spirit of Justice isn't as bad as my brain currently thinks it is, but like, it more or less made me burnt out on the series, and this has just brought that passion back for me. It just made me remember like how much I like love this series, and that's just, I'm so glad I can say that, because like, you know, the fact that like the core principles work so well even without the characters we've come to know, it just shows that yeah, it was always just something in the games. It was never about like the specific characters. It wasn't our nostalgia or anything. It was really just Ace Attorney really was that great. And I just, God, it's lovely to just be here with just the fact that this game even got localized is a fucking miracle too. Like officially. I didn't think I'd ever play 2. In due time I would have maybe played the first game's fan translation, but you know, I don't think I would have ever been playing 2 for a long time. Oh, look at them schmoovin'! The 2 gays! Yes, but also, like, what's the fucking word? I'm just gonna say copyright since I don't know the proper word, but copyright means jack shit thanks to Disney. Anyway, there's not a bad character in this Strongheart. Oh. No, Strongheart's well written, I just hate his fucking guts. Strong Star is such a miles better villain than Eggfucker ever was. Yeah. Eggy was I didn't care for him. He has his enjoyers, and I kind of understand it, but not entirely. But Strongheart just works so much better as just like an end to the arc, yeah. But again, I have plans tomorrow, and I will detail them very briefly, and we can talk about all that then. But God, oh, look at them. Wait, are we gonna get another scene? No? Okay. I was just baiting my breath a little bit. Just baiting my breath a little, but if there isn't, that's fine. I just wanted to see one last. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I'm sorry, Mad Rat Dead wallpaper, but that might be the new one. Oh, that might be the new drip. Oh my God. Okay, so about tomorrow then. Before I say goodbye to you. Oh. Tomorrow I want to, you know, look through all the extras and stuff. I want to look through the gallery. Maybe we can... I know there's some unused music in here, so maybe we could spend like a minute or two, you know, listen to that.
The main attraction, of course, would be the escapades, where we have 8 of these little side stories we could do, which apparently are perfectly 3 hours, so that would be neat. But also, I would like to, tomorrow, maybe, you know, do my typical thing I usually do, rank the characters on a little funny tier list. You know, I was gonna do that tonight, but we've been going for 5 hours, so no thanks. But yeah, for now, it's been an honor to play such a wonderful game, see it through to the end, and just regain faith in this amazing series. I love it. I love this game so much. But for now, thank you for coming, thank you for staying, thank you for watching the show, and tomorrow, we'll check out that bonus episode. I mean, we'll do the bonus episode with all the extra stuff. Bye-bye.